Hey guys, tonight we're slipping off our sandals, stepping through the steam, and diving deep into one of the most bizarre corners of ancient civilization, the Roman public bath. You've probably seen those peaceful marble ruins and thought, how relaxing. Well, spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this. Picture this. You push open a heavy wooden door and immediately get slapped in the face by a wall of hot, moist air. It smells like wet limestone, 1,000 sweaty armpits, and maybe just a hint of pickled fish. There's a subtle chorus of splashing water, grumbling bellies, and awkward throat clearing. This, dear friend, is the tepidarium, the warm room. Think of it as the Roman version of a preheating oven, and you're the casserole. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening from somewhere cozy tonight, let me know your location and local time. In the comments, I love seeing how far this sleepy little history club reaches. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge slowly across the marble floor, already regretting every life decision that led you here. The tepidarium is supposed to ease you into the heat, but the only thing it's easing is the illusion that this place is relaxing. Your pores open instantly. Your tunic starts sticking to places it absolutely should not stick. And the man next to you is breathing entirely too loudly for your liking. All around people are sprawled on benches, sweating, chatting, and occasionally slapping each other's backs with what looks like dried reeds. Apparently, this is therapeutic. Historians still argue whether this was meant to stimulate circulation or just assert dominance. A particularly large man passes you wearing nothing but confidence and a facial expression that suggests he's never once considered personal space. You shuffle sideways to avoid skin contact and end up bumping into a statue of Hercules. It's been rubbed so smooth by generations of hands that its features have become alarmingly shiny. You try to keep your eyes low. Eye contact here is like issuing a dual invitation. But even looking down doesn't help, because the floor tiles are slick with condensation, and what you hope is just water. They didn't exactly have slip-resistant footwear back then. In fact, shoes were forbidden in most of the bathing areas. So now it's bare feet on slick mosaic. And suddenly you understand why Roman falls face first into hot marble bench isn't just a comedy bit, it's a real risk. The heat is rising. Not just metaphorically, literally. The Romans used an ingenious but mildly terrifying system called the hypocaust, a furnace beneath the floor that heated the stone and the air. It's kind of like a giant underfloor toaster, and you're the bread. This was cutting-edge engineering, yes, but it also meant the floors could get hot enough to cook your souls if you lingered too long in one spot. You keep moving mostly out of fear. It's so humid you can practically drink the air. A trickle of sweat works its way down your spine like it's got somewhere important to be. Across the room, two elderly gentlemen are arguing about Virgil while being massaged by attendants using, is that butter? Nope, olive oil. Lots and lots of olive oil, but that's for later. For now, you just have to survive the tepidarium. Every few feet, there's another pool of water, another patch of steam, another bench occupied by men who look like retired gladiators and smell like boiled leather and onions. You try to find a spot to sit, but etiquette is tricky here. Sitting too close to someone you don't know is invasive. Sitting too far away is rude. And sitting in someone's usual spot Well, you might as well declare war. You finally claim a corner bench, the marble warm beneath you like a sleeping beast. A young man beside you is waxing poetic about the stars. A few feet over, someone is loudly chewing something that sounds suspiciously crunchy for a steam room. Mainstream historical fact. Roman baths weren't just for washing. They were community hubs, places for exercise grooming gossip, and even business deals. Senators and slaves alike came here. It was the great equalizer, with a strong smell of athlete's foot. But here's the quirky bit. The tepidarium was also where people sometimes just napped. Yep. Doctors even prescribed warm room lounging for anything from arthritis to melancholy. Lie in this human crock-pot, they said. You'll feel better. You won't. You feel like a rotisserie chicken. And here's a fun philosophical twist. Historians still argue whether the social bonding aspect of the bathhouse made Roman society more cohesive or just intensified the pressure to conform to impossible beauty and behavior standards. It's a toss-up between healthy public life and sweaty surveillance state. Just as you're starting to think the heat has boiled your last brain cell, a muscular attendant claps his hands and yells something about moving on to the next chamber. A dozen mostly naked men groan and shuffle toward the next ordeal, with the energy of reluctant ghosts. You rise too, feet squeaking on the damp tile. The door to the next room opens with a hiss of hot air. You hesitate, but you've come this far. Besides, what could possibly be worse than this? Oh, honey. You step forward one cautious, sweaty foot at a time into what can only be described as a parade of flesh and confidence. Welcome to your next test, the apoditerium, also known as the changing room. But calling it a changing room is like calling the Colosseum a mildly active social venue. This is where dignity goes to die. The moment you cross the threshold, you realize you are hideously overdressed. Men of every shape and size lounge about in various states of undress, chatting, yawning, gesturing with abandon, all while wearing at most a glorified napkin. A narrow strip of linen tied precariously around the hips is the standard attire here, and the Roman version of modesty seems to begin and end with "don't trip over your own toga." You're still fumbling with the layers of your tunic when a stern-faced attendant approaches, arms crossed, expression oozing disapproval. He doesn't say a word, just nods toward a small wooden shelf behind you. That apparently is your locker. You place your belongings there, trying not to notice the complete lack of locks, doors, or even basic theft prevention. Welcome to ancient Rome, where your stuff is safe only because a guy with a stick is watching it. Mainstream historical fact. Roman bathhouses often employed capsarii, essentially towel boys / bouncers, who guarded patrons' belongings in the apoditerium. Some were slaves, some freedmen, but all had a very simple job: stop people from stealing your sandals. Now, the towel. You are handed what can only be described as the saddest excuse for a towel in human history. It's smaller than a napkin, rougher than a sack of lentils, and seems designed to cover exactly one thigh and an optimistic part of your ego. You wrap it around yourself the best you can and immediately become aware of several things. You are colder than you thought you'd be. Linen doesn't breathe at pants. Every step is now a potential wardrobe malfunction. As you shuffle forward, trying to channel the effortless indifference of the other bathers, a nearby group bursts into laughter. Someone just made a joke in Latin involving figs and a senator's mistress. You don't understand it, but you do understand that everyone's staring at you. You realize that nudity in Roman culture wasn't just tolerated, it was a full-blown performance. Athletes trained naked. Statues showed muscles the human body hadn't evolved yet. Body hair, debatable. Clean shaven was in, but beards came and went, like fashion trends. Historians still argue whether excessive grooming was a sign of refinement or a red flag for vanity. Either way, you're suddenly very aware of every follicle you possess. Quirky tidbit time. Some wealthy Romans had body slaves specifically trained in the art of wrapping and unwrapping togas and towels in public settings. That's right. There were people whose entire job was to keep your bits from making an unscheduled appearance during a toga adjustment. You're on your own. You pass by a mirror, or what counts as one, a polished metal plate that reflects your anxieties more than your features. You catch a glimpse of yourself. Pale, awkward, moist. You look like a poached chicken trying to blend in with a flock of flamingos. Somewhere nearby, an argument erupts between two young men over whose balneater, that's the bathhouse attendant who rubs you down with oil, is better trained. Voices rise. Arms are waved. A third man interjects with a quote from Cicero, because nothing diffuses a spat like dry rhetoric and body odor. You try not to stare. You try to be invisible. You fail. A few more steps, and you reach the social epicenter of the apoditerium, a semicircular bench, where the elite recline like oil-slicked gods. One man lounges with a small dog in his lap. The dog is cleaner than most of the humans in the room. Another man sips watered wine from a bronze goblet as a servant massages his calves. They're talking about politics, about who got stabbed, who's sleeping with whom, and which general's victory parade was more garish. You overhear someone mention they've just come from a vomitorium, and for a second, you worry that someone's about to get sick on your feet. But no, that's just a fancy name for a stadium exit. Still, it's unnerving. You inch toward the next door, trying not to attract attention. But in this room, doing anything quietly is suspicious. This is where reputations are made, or ruined. One off-color joke, one social misstep, and you'll be the punchline painted on a bathhouse wall tomorrow. Speaking of which, graffiti, it's everywhere. Not just lewd little sketches, but full-on epigrams, rude poetry, and political insults. Someone scribbled a love note to a gladiator named Maximus. Someone else has carved a crude octopus with suspiciously human features. You suddenly understand how bored Roman waiting for bathwater became a whole artistic genre. A man passes you, holding a wooden box filled with what looks like combs, razors, and dental instruments forged by a blacksmith with questionable ethics. He offers his services, shaving, plucking, scraping, buffing. You decline, but he still eyes your unibrow with a kind of professional sorrow. Historians still argue whether this obsession with grooming was about hygiene, health, or just straight-up vanity. What's certain is that Roman society expected you to look presentable, even while half naked and marinating in shared sweat. Just then, a sharp clang rings out. The door to the caldarium, the hot room, is opening. A stream of bathers flow toward it, chatting and jostling, like they're heading into a concert, not a chamber of steam and mild torture. You're not ready. You're emotionally fragile, but you follow anyway, towel clutched tightly, wondering if the next room will finally make you feel clean or just more cooked. You shuffle after the others, your feet squeaking slightly against the damp marble towel, slipping in ways that make you wish Roman fashion came with safety pins. Ahead of you looms the caldarium, the hot room. But this isn't just your average sauna. This is a Roman pressure cooker, where bodies are simmered like dumplings and conversations sizzle like frying oil. The moment you pass through the arched threshold, the heat clamps around your body like a wet wool blanket fresh from Hades' laundry service. Your lungs seize a little. Every breath feels like you're inhaling tea kettle vapor, and the kettle's been left on the fire for too long. The room is dim with sunlight, barely managing to sneak through narrow slits in the high stone walls. Steam coils in lazy tendrils from a central basin, and the stone glistens as though it's been buttered by centuries of sweat. The air smells like minerals, garlic old oil, and mild regret. You make your way to the edge of the central pool, where bathers sit elbow to elbow on the stone ledge, glistening and motionless, like overcooked statues. Some are having quiet conversations. Others have their eyes closed faces, slack, possibly napping, or possibly just entering a meditative fugue state. And here's the twist. You're not going to be soaking in water anytime soon. Oh no. First comes the Roman cleansing ritual, and it's one that will haunt your modern sensibilities forever. Mainstream historical fact, Romans didn't wash with soap. Instead, they coated themselves in olive oil, let it sit and soak in, and then scraped it off with a curved metal tool called a strigil. Yes, scraped. The oil carried away dirt, sweat, and whatever else was living on their skin. And guess what? That task is not a solo project. A man with a chiseled jaw and the glint of experience in his eye approaches. He's the bathhouse's unctuous, the guy who oils people up for a living. With a short nod, he signals for you to turn around. You freeze. He doesn't. Moments later, you feel warm oil being poured down your back. It drips over your shoulders, your spine, even the backs of your knees. You are in a very literal sense being basted like a turkey. And then comes the scraping. The strigil feels cold and slightly serrated. It glides across your skin, removing oil dirt and hopefully none of your dignity. The sound is somewhere between a slide whistle and a rustling envelope. The sensation, oddly satisfying, and also deeply disturbing. Quirky fact, some Romans believed that the oily scrapings from famous athletes held magical healing properties. So yes, there were people collecting celebrity grease in jars and using it as medicine. Imagine trying to explain that to your pharmacist. The strigil ritual complete your motion toward the steaming basin at the center. It's filled with scalding water and surrounded by sweating men sitting thigh to thigh like dumplings in a bamboo steamer. You lower yourself and slowly, your skin protesting the entire way. The heat is intense, almost punitive. It's not relaxing, it's survival. You take a seat squashed between a humming old man on one side and a young patrician with an extravagant tattoo of a sea monster on the other. He's talking loudly about his recent visit to Alexandria, where apparently the steam rooms are more refined. Historians still argue whether the caldarium served primarily medical or social purposes. Some say the intense heat promoted circulation and helped with rheumatism. Others point to the political deals and alliances forged here in sweat and secrecy as the true reason for its popularity. Either way, you feel like a boiled egg, slowly losing structural integrity. The room grows louder. Jokes fly like arrows. Someone mentions the emperor's latest decree. Apparently, new coinage features his nose looking even more like a turnip. A few chuckles. Then a moment of silence as though someone just overstepped the limits of safe sarcasm. You slink deeper into the water, wishing you could vanish entirely. Suddenly, a nearby attendant begins performing what can only be described as an aggressive massage on a seated patron. There's slapping, there's twisting, there's what might be bone cracking. The recipient smiles beatifically, as if being kneaded like bread dough is the height of leisure. A man beside you leans in and murmurs something about goat fat being the best muscle relaxer. You nod vaguely and pretend you didn't hear. He winks. You consider moving to another empire. Then comes the next social obstacle, casual philosophical discourse. The patrician beside you is now discussing stoicism, name-dropping Seneca like they share a summer villa. He poses a question to the group. Is pain merely an illusion of the mind, or the truest proof of life? You, still wincing from the scalding water, offer a polite cough. He nods solemnly. Indeed, a cough is an honest answer. You feel yourself slowly cooking every pore, now fully dilated and begging for mercy. A droplet of sweat hangs from your chin for an eternity before dropping into the water with a tiny, pitiful plop. Quirky aside, caldaria were also believed to promote fertility. Some Romans even tried to conceive children immediately after a bath, claiming the heat had awakened the inner fire. Historians still chuckle at this, unsure whether it's ancient science or ancient wishful thinking. Eventually, you can't take it anymore. Your fingers are prunes. Your brain feels like a wilted fig. You rise, carefully towel yourself with what's left of your dignity, and make your way to the next door. It's the frigidarium, the cold plunge. You imagine it will be refreshing. You imagine wrong. You wobble out of the caldarium like a parboiled noodle, your knees weak, your hair clinging to your scalp like seaweed after a shipwreck. The hallway to the next chamber is cooler, but only by comparison. Your body is so overcooked that even lukewarm air feels like a winter breeze. And now ahead of you lies the frigidarium, the cold plunge pool. The final station of your Roman rinse cycle. It sounds pleasant, cool, inviting maybe. You picture crisp water, blue as the Mediterranean sky, a reprieve for your battered senses. What you get is a stone crypt filled with ice water and mystery fluids. The pool is rectangular, set low into the marble floor. A light mist rises from its surface, and not in a magical way, more like the breath of something recently deceased. You approach slowly, half expecting someone to grab your ankle from beneath. A handful of bathers are already inside. Some are dunking themselves with practiced precision, their expressions tight with either discipline or barely contained screams. Others linger on the edge, splashing their arms with water like they're trying to reason with a hostile god. You take a breath and step in. It hits you like betrayal. The water is so cold, your soul tries to evacuate your body. Your heart thumps. Your breath catches. You make a noise that no self-respecting Roman would ever admit to. And the worst part, you have to dunk. None of this modern dip your feet and call it wellness nonsense. Romans believed that full immersion was necessary to close your pores, restore balance, and apparently test the limits of human dignity. Mainstream historical fact: the frigidarium wasn't just for cooling down. It was believed to seal the benefits of the bath, improve circulation, and reawaken the senses. Some doctors even prescribed cold plunges for headaches, melancholy, or excess heat of the liver, which, sure, quirky tidbit. Some bathhouses tossed rose petals or herbal bundles into the water to make the plunge more pleasant. But unless those petals were made of fire, they didn't help much. Also, some Frigidaria were infested with tiny fish used in exfoliation. Yes, bitey spa fish. So if you feel a little nibble, don't panic. Probably. You finally manage a full-body dunk. Your skin seizes up like old leather. Your limbs stop responding to polite requests. You float upward in disbelief, gasping and slightly sobbing. A man next to you grins and says something cheerful about Neptune's mercy. It's not comforting. Around you, other bathers seem unaffected. They chat, laugh, even splash one another. You suspect they've simply gone numb, or maybe their ancestors were penguins. Historians still argue whether Roman tolerance to cold was biological adaptation, daily ritual, or just societal pressure laced with intense peer judgment. As you cling to the edge of the pool like a traumatized starfish, your attention shifts to your surroundings. The architecture here is strangely beautiful vaulted ceilings, delicately carved stone faces peering down at your suffering. It's humbling, being watched by marble cupids, while your teeth chatter loud enough to summon the gods. Then you notice the film. A strange slick across the top of the water. It glistens in the torchlight, multicolored and slightly sinister. And is that an olive pit? Yes, it is. You suddenly remember, this water is shared. No filters, no chlorine. Just the collective oils, sweat, and dreams of hundreds of Romans. People who just came from the caldarium. People who were just scraped like carrots. You make a quiet vow to never open your mouth again. But here's where it gets extra fun. Romans believed cold water could preserve youth. Some bathers used this moment for mild exercise, stretching and flexing in the water, like sea serpents doing Pilates. You try to copy them, but your muscles are too busy filing a complaint. Suddenly, a small splash hits your face. You turn and see a child doing cannonballs. Yes, cannonballs into the far end of the pool. His mother watches fondly, eating grapes from a bronze bowl. A nearby man is having a surprisingly animated conversation about whether comets are divine omens or just sky burps. You blink. Somewhere a flautist begins to play softly. The acoustics in the room turn every note into a lullaby echo, weaving strangely with your dizziness. And then, of course, there's the scent. A combination of damp stone herbs, unwashed linen, and something mildly briny. Maybe it's the fish. Maybe it's the guy eating dried squid near the bench. Who brings squid into a plunge pool? You don't ask. You just accept, after what feels like both 30 seconds and your entire childhood flashing before your eyes, you hoist yourself out of the water. Your skin is bright pink, your towel is damp, and your dignity is somewhere in the drain system. You shuffle back toward the apoditarium, passing through the steamy hall once more. On the wall, near the doorway, is a fresh scrawl graffiti of a man slipping on soap with the words, "Beware the gods of wet marble." You nod. That feels right. You've survived the frigidarium, but at what cost? Your muscles ache. Your lungs are questioning your choices, and your body has officially been Romaned. You wrap your towel tighter and prepare for what you pray is a place of rest. But no, next up is a chamber you didn't even expect, the massage and grooming room, and someone in there is holding a very sharp razor. You stagger forward, like a damp parchment scroll, unraveling down a marble staircase. Your teeth still chatter with residual frigidarium trauma as you find yourself being herded, yes herded, toward a smaller torchlit side chamber humming with an alarming amount of snipping. Welcome to the Roman grooming room, where your body is no longer yours. It's a public project. The room smells strongly of myrrh vinegar, singed hair, and ambition. Low stone benches form a circle in the center, each occupied by a bather locked in various stages of follicular confrontation. One man is having his beard delicately singed with a smoldering reed. Another is mid-eyebrow pluck and looks like he's reliving the siege of Carthage. You try to hover in the doorway, but an eager young tonsor, that's a Roman barber slash groomer slash surgeon, if you can imagine such a nightmare combo, locks eyes with you. He smiles broadly, revealing teeth sharpened more than you'd like, and beckons you over with a pair of iron tweezers. Mainstream historical fact grooming was a huge part of Roman daily hygiene. Every respectable male citizen was expected to be clean-shaven, well-oiled, and trimmed. The grooming space within bathhouses was where haircuts, shaves, exfoliation, and even mild medical procedures were casually performed, often simultaneously. The tonsor pats a stone bench and gestures for you to sit. You obey because your legs have the structural integrity of a wilted asparagus spear. He starts by examining your face, turning your chin left and right, like a sculptor assessing an unfinished bust. Then, without warning, he begins to pluck your facial hair with the kind of intensity that suggests he has unresolved personal issues. You flinch. He chuckles and mutters something about Roman strength. Quirky tidbit: some wealthy Romans used mouse brains mixed with frankincense as a hair removal cream. Apparently, the combination softened hair follicles and possibly melted dignity. The man beside you is getting a shave with a blade that looks like it was last used in a gladiator match. The tonsor uses no soap, just water and brute optimism. You watch a bead of sweat roll down his barber's nose and think, if this guy sneezes mid-stroke, I'm going home with a new identity. Your turn comes. The razor feels cold and questionably clean. He starts on your jawline, one long scrape at a time, pausing occasionally to blow on the blade and inspect your pores like a connoisseur appraising wine. And then he starts talking. Romans didn't see these moments as private. Quite the opposite. Your tonsor is telling you about his nephew's chariot accident while navigating the sharp turn near the Circus Maximus. You nod politely as the blade hovers near your jugular. Every aha and oh no, you say, is carefully calibrated to avoid sudden movement. Historians still argue whether tonsors were more revered as artisans or feared as gossips. Some say the barber was a trusted confidant. Others say he was the ancient world's version of an Instagram leak. Your shave done miraculously. Without bloodshed, the tonsor moves to your ears. You want to protest, but it's too late. There's now an iron tool in your ear canal and an enthusiastic grin on his face. Ancient earwax removal, because apparently you weren't humiliated enough already today. Another man enters the room and lies belly down on a slab for a massage. The masseur, a burly fellow with arms like grappling hooks, grabs a jar of scented oil and begins the process. It is not gentle. It's like watching someone tenderize a steak with the fury of a tax collector. You're next. The masseur cracks his knuckles. You lie down and instantly regret everything. His hands press into your back with the force of a falling aqueduct. He starts speaking in philosophical riddles while locating pressure points you didn't know existed. He says something about how pain is temporary, but virtue is eternal. You whimper in Latin. Mainstream medical belief at the time claimed that massages helped realign the humor's blood phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Romans thought illness came from their imbalance. You suspect you currently have all four fighting each other under your shoulder blades. The massage continues. Your joints crack. Your muscles scream. Your soul briefly detaches from your body and hovers near the torchlight. Just when you think he's done, he flips you like a clay tile and starts working on your calves. Somewhere between a knee twist and a toe yank, he whispers, "You're very tight." You murmur, "So is my schedule," but he doesn't laugh. Maybe Romans weren't into puns. Quirky practice. Some Roman bathhouses also employed chirurgeons, basically unlicensed surgeons who would lance boils, drain abscesses, or cauterize wounds with hot irons on the same table. You glance down at a nearby tray. There's a jar of leeches. You decide not to ask. After what feels like a full lunar cycle, the massage ends. You're limp, boneless, a sentient sack of regret, but maybe also a little looser. The pain has oddly cleared your sinuses. The masseur helps you up. His hands are still oily. You slip slightly, catch yourself, and receive a thumbs up from a random stranger wrapped in a fig leaf towel. You're one of them now. Sort of. You gather what's left of your towel, your pride, and your capacity for surprise. One more room to visit before you can collapse in a dazed heap, the social lounge. A place of reclining, rehydrating, and potentially public embarrassment. And as you shuffle toward it, still shiny from oil and vibrating from trauma, you pass a mural on the wall. A man mid-scream, holding a razor surrounded by cherubs. You nod. That feels about right. You stumble into the next room, like a gladiator who took a wrong turn after retirement and ended up in a wellness seminar. This is the social lounge, also known as the Palestra Annex, or less formally, the place where everyone pretends they're here for the culture. It's noticeably cooler than the other rooms, but not in temperature and tone. Gone is the steamy chaos. Instead, you're met with the clink of goblets, soft murmurs of debate, and the unmistakable crunch of someone biting into something suspiciously crispy. You scan the room, and there it is, a low marble table topped with what appears to be a Roman snack platter. You approach it cautiously, as one might a sleeping lion. Mainstream historical fact. Romans didn't just bathe at the baths. They dined, they lounged, they snacked on what we might generously call acquired tastes. Popular choices included olives, boiled eggs, honey cakes, and yes, stuffed dormice. A delicacy wrapped in fig leaves, roasted, and sometimes sweetened with honey and poppy seeds. You eye one of the dormice on the tray. It's got a little toothpick in it, a nod to presentation, or perhaps a tool to ensure it doesn't escape in death. You pass. Instead, you nibble a date. It's safe. Probably. Maybe. You find an open recliner, a stone chaise with a cushion that has the texture of a well-used scroll, and collapse into it. Around you, small groups of men engage in lively chatter. You overhear one heated discussion about the best technique for oar rowing, another about whether Caesar's latest temple design is visionary or just a marble accident. The gossip here is relentless. This is the Twitter of ancient Rome, only everyone's verified and shirtless. And here's the thing. If you thought the bathhouse was just about hygiene, you've underestimated Roman priorities. This was where deals were made, alliances forged, reputations crushed. Your presence here means you are visible. And being visible means you are now participating in a very delicate, very oiled-up game of social chess. You nod along to a nearby conversation, trying to appear both wise and vaguely unbothered. One man quotes Ovid, another counters with Horace. You consider throwing in something about Cicero, but think better of it. Last time you tried, you confused him with Cincinnatus and were laughed into a corner. Quirky tidbit. Romans were obsessed with oratory. Even casual bathhouse chatter could turn into full-blown recitals. Some bathhouses even had attached libraries for patrons to borrow scrolls and quote them aloud at unsuspecting neighbors. You spot a man across the room, holding an open scroll and gesturing wildly. His audience is either deeply moved or deeply asleep. Then comes a noise that curdles the olive oil in your stomach, a trumpet. You jolt. It's not a musical performance, it's a call to wrestling practice. Yes, wrestling. Because, of course, nothing complements a light meal and steamy massage like grappling nearly naked in a public courtyard. You wander toward the open-air palestra, the adjoining exercise area drawn by curiosity, or perhaps a heat stroke-induced lack of self-preservation. A crowd gathers around two men circling each other in the sand. They wear loincloths oil, and the expressions of people who took this way too seriously. Mainstream historical fact. Roman bathhouses often included gymnasiums and open courtyards where wrestling ball games and even light weight training took place. It was part of the daily ritual sweat bathe, socialize, snack. Maybe punch a guy. Historians still argue whether the inclusion of physical activity was primarily for health masculinity signaling, or just to justify the mountain of honey-soaked pastries eaten afterward. Honestly, could be all three. You watch as one man flips the other with an alarming crunch. The crowd cheers. Someone hands you a fig. You don't remember asking for it, but you accept it anyway. Rome is weird like that. Then comes the offer. A smiling man with the shoulders of a temple column and the grin of a wine god slaps you on the back and says, "Your turn, stranger." You respond with a laugh that sounds way too high-pitched to be confident. "Oh no, I pulled a muscle in the frigidarium." He nods solemnly, clearly not believing you, and returns to clapping encouragement at the next pair of grapplers who are now locked in what appears to be a romantic reenactment of a goat fight. You slink back toward the snack table, attempting to resume your role as a neutral observer. A young man next to you offers a skewer of pickled fish. You accept, not because you want it, but because saying no would require too many words. You chew, slowly, regretfully. The flavor is bold. Imagine salty vinegar with a hint of copper and aftertones of why would anyone do this. You wash it down with a gulp of watered wine, which tastes like someone cried into a grape skin. Refreshing. Quirky aside, Roman wine was rarely drunk straight. It was typically mixed with water spices or even seawater. Yep, sea sommelier realness. Strong wine was considered barbaric. So the next time someone dilutes your drink, just tell them it's historically accurate. You're beginning to feel the weariness creep in. Not the kind of tired you get after a long day, no. This is the full-body fatigue of someone who's been steamed, scraped, oiled, chilled, prodded, and fed unidentifiable protein snacks under public scrutiny. You lean back, staring at the ceiling. there's a crack shaped like a dolphin. Or maybe that's just your brain making things up again. But you're not done. Not quite. Because just when you think you can finally lie down and nap among strangers, a servant taps your shoulder. You're wanted in the Laconicum, he says. The what now? Apparently, there's one more room tucked deeper into the complex. A superheated sweat room. The real test. And yes, you have to go. Social protocol. Someone important is in there, and they might remember if you don't show. You rise slowly. Your joints ache. Your soul sighs. You walk past the snack table once more and consider stealing a honey cake for courage. You do. You shuffle toward the Laconicum with the weary steps of a condemned poet on his way to an overly dramatic execution. Your towel is now more symbolism than fabric. Every joint creaks like a weathered temple door. But refusing to enter would be social suicide. If Roman bathhouses were high school, the Laconicum was the honor seminar exclusive intense and full of people who think sweating aggressively makes them interesting. The door looms ahead, thick wood iron hinges, and just enough of a smoky scent seeping out to trigger survival instincts. You pause, hesitate. But the servant is still watching you with that, come on, it's just steam, and possibly heat stroke expression. So you square your shoulders, adjust your damp toga fragment, and push inside. You are immediately punched in the lungs by a wall of heat. The Laconicum makes the caldarium feel like springtime in Gaul. It's dry heat this time. No steam, just blistering radiant air that wraps itself around you like an angry ghost. The walls are dome-tiled in dark stone, and at the center burns a brazier large enough to roast a senator. Coals glow like embers in a dragon's belly, and above it hangs a bronze plate, dispersing the heat evenly, which is generous and horrifying. Mainstream historical fact: the Laconicum was Rome's answer to the dry sauna borrowed from the Spartans, hence the name. It was used for sweating out impurities, calming the nerves, and allegedly curing everything from gout to bad poetry. Wealthier bathhouses reserved it for VIPs and deep thinkers, or masochists. The Venn diagram is unclear. You scan the room. Only a handful of people are inside, men with the focus of philosophers and the glistening brows of roast chickens. They recline on low benches, towels over their heads like priests of perspiration. No one is talking. The air is too thick for speech. Even your thoughts sound like they're sweating. You sit. Slowly. The stone bench hisses under your thigh, as if offended by your presence. Across from you, a nobleman closes his eyes and murmurs something about cleansing the soul through fire. He's probably quoting Seneca. You try to nod sagely, but it comes out more like a twitch. And then, of course, someone tries to start a conversation. A wiry man with a falcon nose and a philosopher's robe turns to you and asks, "Do you believe the body is a reflection of moral strength?" You're too hot for metaphysics. You want to answer, "I believe I'm melting," but instead you murmur, "Virtue is flexible." It sounds deep enough. He nods, satisfied. You consider starting a new religion. Quirky tidbit. Some Romans took the Laconicum experience to theatrical levels. They'd bring scented oils, wear garlands, even have someone fan them slowly while they recited poetry. The line between relaxation and performance art was very, very thin. You look up. The ceiling has a circular vent, an oculus letting in a shaft of light that cuts through the haze like divine judgment. A single drop of condensation clings to the edge. You stare at it for what feels like an hour, silently willing it to fall. It doesn't. The room grows hotter. You start to understand why gladiators look so fierce. They probably spent their off days in saunas like this, purging weakness one bead of sweat at a time. And here you are quietly wondering if your towel will combust if it touches the coals. Historians still argue whether the laconicum was more of a physical purging ritual or a meditative chamber. Some sources claim emperors used it for deep contemplation. Others hint at secret meetings, whispered alliances forged in sweat and silence. You, on the other hand, are contemplating whether you'll faint before you explode. Your vision begins to blur slightly around the edges. The room sways, or maybe that's your equilibrium abandoning ship. A servant enters carrying a ladle of cool water. Everyone watches him like he's a messenger from Olympus. He pours the water into a stone bowl, and the sound echoes like a chorus of angels. You crawl toward it with the dignity of a drunk crab. The water is cool, slightly metallic, and entirely life-saving. You sip, then dunk your towel into it and press it against your neck. Sweet relief floods your brain. Across the room, the nobleman is now monologuing about the virtues of controlled suffering. You wonder if you can trade places with the ladle. Then mercifully, a bell chimes. It's not loud, but it cuts through the heat like a papyrus blade. The end of the session. People begin to rise slowly, reverently, as if leaving a temple. You do the same, only with far more groaning. You exit into a shaded corridor. The air feels like spring. Birds are probably singing somewhere. You may even be hallucinating, one perched on your shoulder. Quirky aside, some bathhouses offered a final service called the sudatio, a mild follow-up sauna, for those who thought the laconicum too commercial. You decide right then and there that you're not that brave. You make your way to the cooling chamber, a quiet vestibule designed for rest. People lounge on reclining benches, wrapped in towels, sipping wine, nibbling nuts, and breathing like they've just escaped the underworld. It's hushed, peaceful. Only the occasional clink of ceramic or the rustle of linen. You find an open bench and collapse. Your body is humming, not metaphorically audibly. You've been baked, oiled, chilled, flayed, fed, and grilled like a ceremonial fish. But you're still here. Sort of. Your eyes flutter closed. Somewhere in the distance, someone's debating the ethics of using goats in street theater. You smile. You've earned this nap, but don't get too comfortable. You still haven't visited the toilet. You awaken briefly, disoriented, and half convinced you've been reincarnated as a damp sponge, only to realize you're still lying on a stone bench in the Roman bath's cooling room, your towel barely clinging to existence. The air is calm, now touched by a soft breeze drifting in from a high window. You could almost believe your ordeal is over, almost. But then you feel it, a distant rumbling pressure, a subtle internal nudge from your digestive system, reminding you of the stuffed dormouse, the pickled fish, and most regretfully, the honey cake you guilt-snatched. You sit up slowly and look around. Where is the restroom? The answer, dear listener, is nowhere convenient. You ask a passing servant with the universal expression of gastrointestinal urgency. He points down a long, shadowy corridor with a vague wave and the words latrina publica. You follow it. You do not run, but you walk briskly with purpose, with prayer, with the gait of a man who suddenly regrets both history and figs. At last, you reach it, the Roman public latrine tucked discreetly near the bathhouse's edge. You step through the archway and immediately regret everything. Mainstream historical fact. Roman public toilets were open rooms filled with stone or marble benches, each with strategically cut keyhole-shaped holes, no partitions, no doors, no privacy. You sit side by side with strangers. You chat. You share a moment. You do not break eye contact. This is where dignity takes its final breath. You enter cautiously. About a dozen men are seated in a row chatting like it's a cafe. Someone is whistling. Another man reads a scroll. One is giving unsolicited advice about hemorrhoids loudly. And here's the kicker, no toilet paper. Instead, resting in a small trough of vinegary water is the Roman solution to hygiene, a communal sponge on a stick called a tersorium. Yes, you read that right. 1. Sponge. Multiple enthusiasts. You find an open seat. The marble is cold. You sit. You breathe. You try not to cry. Quirky tidbit Romans believed in sharing not just ideas, but also implements. The tersorium was rinsed and reused, which sounds nightmarish today, but was genuinely considered progressive sanitation at the time. Some scholars argue it was cleaner than it sounds. Others simply back away slowly when it comes up. To distract yourself, you glance around. The walls are painted with frescoes, some religious, others not safe for polite description. There's graffiti here too, of course. Messages like Marcus was here twice in one day, and Julia loves Flavius, but not his cooking. Someone's carved a small, smiling deity over your left shoulder. You don't feel particularly blessed. A man next to you offers chewing herbs. You politely decline. He begins talking about local grain shortages. You nod, wondering how history came to this intersection of bodily function and civic discourse. Historians still debate whether public latrines were genuinely social centers or simply unavoidable gathering spots. Evidence suggests Romans often met here to exchange gossip, hear town news, or loudly complain about the price of garum sauce. In a weird way, this was the communal water cooler, minus the water, and plus, well, everything else. Another man stands and walks toward the sponge trough. You look away, quickly. Your soul briefly detaches from your body again. Then a trumpet blares somewhere outside. A public announcement, a local parade, or just another overzealous birthday party you'll never know. You finish your business with as much efficiency and as little eye contact as possible, and you rise grateful to be moving. But the ordeal is not quite over. You exit into a hand-washing area. No sinks, just a few stone basins and clay pitchers of water. You rinse splash and consider burning your hands clean with a torch. A servant walks by with fresh towels and nods as if to say, "We've all been there." You return slowly to the main bath complex, towel draped over one shoulder, newly humbled. You think you've reached the end. That surely now rest awaits. But as you turn a corner, a familiar face appears, one of the elite bathhouse regulars, the man with the sea monster tattoo from the caldarium. He smiles and claps you on the back. "You've made it this far," he says. "Come, the afternoon forum is about to start. We're debating the future of aqueduct design." You smile weakly. "Of course we are. Because in Rome, you see the bathhouse isn't just a spa. It's an office, a court, a marketplace, a stage. You're not merely surviving. You're performing. And you're about to sit through a heated discussion about masonry angles while someone eats figs 3 inches from your ear. You square your shoulders. You nod. You've bathed. You've been steamed and scraped and socially interrogated. Surely you can survive a little aqueduct talk. Probably. You follow the tattooed man whose sea monster seems to be grinning a little too knowingly down a sunlit colonnade, emerging into a semi-outdoor pavilion that overlooks a small garden, and several very serious-looking men reclining on cushions like plotting cats. Welcome to the Roman Bathhouse Forum Annex, a sort of unofficial TED Talk meets gossip circle with a dash of intellectual sparring and a surprising amount of finger food. This is where the day's cleansing gives way to the real reason many Romans came here in the first place: status display and social maneuvering. You're handed a fresh goblet of watered wine, still crying grape tears as ever, and motioned toward an open cushion beneath an olive tree. The shade is welcome. Your body still steaming faintly from the laconicum and emotionally tender from the latrina is grateful for the pause. Mainstream historical fact: Roman bathhouses often featured attached scolae or garden forums, informal spaces for socializing, debating, or even conducting business deals. Senators, poets, merchants, everyone mingled. Wealthy Romans loved to be seen thinking preferably, while wearing nothing but a towel and a slightly smug expression. You settle in as today's topic begins: aqueduct improvements in the northern provinces. Exciting stuff. A bespectacled gentleman unfurls a scroll covered in diagrams. He starts talking about gradients and flow rates. Another man counters with an impassioned rant about limestone deposits clogging the cisterns. You nod, as if you understand. You do not, but you're not alone. Someone near you has clearly just woken from a light nap, blinking slowly and offering a every 30 seconds to simulate intellectual engagement. The conversation drifts from aqueducts to taxation, then to gladiator schedules, then back to aqueducts, with someone suggesting an entire canal system designed in the shape of a she-wolf. You're not sure if he's serious. You're also not sure he isn't winning the argument. Quirky, tidbit Romans were obsessed with public engineering, and bathhouses were often sites of architectural bragging. Inscriptions on the walls praise patrons who funded new fountains, improved drainage systems, or even just added extra benches. Reputation wasn't just about ancestry. It was about how many marble slabs your name was carved into. You glance around the garden. A peacock wanders across the path, staring at you with judgmental eyes. Somewhere nearby, a stringed instrument is being softly plucked, adding a lazy melody to the scholarly posturing. And then you are asked a question. One of the older men turns to you, mid-discussion, and says, "Surely you have thoughts on the curvature tolerances of the Emilian Aqueduct's fifth arch." Your soul momentarily leaves your body for a coffee break. You stammer something about how slight curvature aids water distribution. A safe bet. The man raises an eyebrow. "Interesting," he says, "but consider the political implications." You smile vaguely and pretend to contemplate the political implications of arches. Historians still argue whether bathhouse debates were truly intellectual or more about performance, a display of rhetorical skill and memory. Some scholars say it was where public opinion was shaped. Others believe it was mainly verbal jousting among men who just had their backs shaved. You begin to relax into the flow. Not because you've suddenly become an aqueduct expert, but because everyone else seems equally full of hot air. One man is quoting Virgil dramatically while gesturing with a breadstick. Another is drawing lines in the sand to illustrate structural load. It's both ridiculous and weirdly hypnotic. Someone begins handing out honeyed nuts. Another claps their hands and announces a poem. And then because Roman society was nothing, if not unpredictable, a small group starts performing a comedic skit. Yes, right in the garden. Two men in crude masks pretend to be a senator and a goat arguing over water rights. Everyone laughs. You think you've hallucinated it, but no one of the actors winks at you. It's difficult to explain, but in this moment, wrapped in a towel, slightly sun-dazed and snack-sated, you realize this is Roman multitasking at its finest. Sweat snack, socialize, and solve infrastructure problems all before dinner. Quirky aside, wealthy bathhouses sometimes even hosted guest speakers, philosophers, orators, retired generals. Kind of like a podcast with foot massages. You wonder if today's goat-themed satire is the highlight of the week or just the warm-up act. The conversation slows. The shade deepens. A few attendees begin drifting off to nap others whispering about evening plans, another banquet perhaps, or a return trip to the frigidarium just to prove how brave they are. You sip your wine, now lukewarm. It tastes like the end of a long, strange dream. And just as you begin to doze off again, you hear someone whisper behind you. Have you seen the graffiti in the caldarium ceiling corner? Someone drew a politician with donkey ears. You open one eye. You know exactly what your next stop has to be. With the weight of roasted nuts in your belly and half a verse of Virgil still echoing in your brain, you rise from the shaded forum lounge with all the grace of a tired sculpture. One sandal missing. One eyebrow slightly singed. One purpose now driving you forward. You must find the donkey-eared politician. You retrace your steps back through the winding halls, the warm air returning like an old frenemy, back through the tepidarium, which somehow smells even more like soup now, past the oil-slicked colonnade where someone is still getting vigorously exfoliated with a broken seashell. You finally reach the caldarium again, the steamy chamber of your earlier humiliation, and crane your neck toward the corner of the vaulted ceiling. There it is. The graffiti, a crude etching of a politician, possibly a senator, possibly your massage therapist, with exaggerated donkey ears and a toga that appears to be falling off in a most undignified way. Next to it, someone has scratched a caption in shaky Latin. He listens like an ass and speaks like vinegar. You almost choke laughing. Mainstream, historical fact graffiti was everywhere in ancient Rome, including the most sacred or refined public spaces. The baths were prime real estate for social commentary, satire, political insults, and the occasional romantic declaration, often all in the same square foot. You could find everything from Lucius was here to Juno's hair looks like boiled cabbage. And unlike today, this wasn't considered vandalism. It was public conversation. Graffiti was how Romans memorialized their pettiness, their passions, and their digestive complaints. You walk along the caldarium wall, eyes scanning the mosaic of etched opinions. Someone's drawn a diagram of a man chasing a chicken. Below it, dinner last night. Another scribble reads, "Beware of Sabina, she lies about figs." Quirky tidbit archaeologists have found entire soap opera arcs in bathhouse graffiti. Love triangles, breakups, insults involving family goats. Some messages even included bad poetry. Eyes like Venus temper, like Mars. Classic. You smile realizing this is the original comments section. Only here, there's no delete button. Just chisels and lifelong public shame. As you move along the wall, an older man beside you chuckles and points at a particularly elaborate doodle, a satyr, holding a sponge on a stick like a royal scepter. "That one's been here for years," he says. We think it's about the old governor. Had a thing for dramatic hygiene. You nod. You understand. You've lived dramatic hygiene today. Just then, a younger patron approaches the wall with a stylus in hand. He scratches out a new message beneath the donkey ear drawing. You glance over his shoulder. It reads, "Marcus still owes me sandals." Direct, emotional, timeless. Historians still argue whether this kind of graffiti was meant as legitimate protest or performance art. Some say it was how the disenfranchised voiced truth. Others claim it was no different from bathroom stall nonsense. Either way, it was authentic, human, utterly Roman. You finally step away from the wall and notice something you hadn't. Before an alcove, partially hidden behind a thick tapestry and a potted plant that appears to be made of hammered bronze. You peer inside. It's a quiet room. Smaller. Private. Candlelit with frescoes of sea nymphs and dolphins leaping across the walls. A few patrons sit in silence, eyes closed, breathing slowly. A whispered voice behind you says, "The reading chamber." Yes, a reading chamber in a bathhouse. Mainstream historical fact. Many larger Roman bathhouses included small libraries or reading rooms. Scrolls on philosophy, politics, poetry, and medicine were available to patrons, either to impress one another or perhaps genuinely enjoy post-sweat literature. Cicero, by candlelight. That was just a Tuesday. You step inside and find a low bench. A servant offers you a scroll. You open it, something by Lucretius, judging by the first few lines. You don't really follow the metaphysics, but the rhythm is strangely comforting. You let your fingers rest against the cool parchment, the Latin script, curling across it like sleepy vines. Somewhere outside, someone sneezes. A low laugh echoes. The distant splash of the frigidarium provides an ambient soundtrack of people questioning their choices. The peace here is a different kind of luxury. Not just clean skin, or scented oils, or gossip-induced adrenaline, but quiet, reflection. The moment after the chaos where your brain says, "Oh, that was a lot." You realize you haven't thought about your missing sandal in over an hour. Or the goat-shaped bruise from the massage, or the political implications of aqueduct curvature. You close your eyes for a moment. Just then, a deep voice interrupts. There's a debate starting in the amphitheater. Someone's arguing that cabbage causes dreams. You don't even flinch. "Of course it does," you murmur. "Everything causes dreams here." And off you go again. Because in the Roman bathhouse, you're never quite done. There's always one more chamber, one more discussion, one more sponge, and almost certainly one more ridiculous fact that makes you question everything you learned in school. By now, you've come to accept that the Roman bathhouse isn't a place with a clear beginning or end. It's not linear. It's circular, a loop of sweat snack scrape scandal and social chess. So when someone taps you on the shoulder in the reading chamber and says, "The Balneater has called for you," you don't question it. You just nod, stand, and follow. The corridor he leads you down is unfamiliar, quieter, darker. The walls, damp and lined with small oil lamps flickering gently. The bathhouse above bustles with laughter and footsteps, and that unmistakable clatter of someone dropping a bronze cup. But here, it's hushed. You're brought into a narrow chamber, lined with smooth black marble, faintly warm to the touch. A single bench, a polished basin, and sitting beside it, cross-legged and bare-chested, is the Balneater, the chief bathhouse attendant. part massage therapist, part manager, part priest of steam. He looks up, nods solemnly, and gestures for you to sit. You do. You've survived, he says, as if this is both an accomplishment and a diagnosis. You smile weakly. Barely. Mainstream historical fact, in many larger Roman baths, the balneater wasn't just a staff member, he was an institution. He remembered your name, your preferred oil blend, your gossip threshold. The good ones had influence. The great ones knew how to whisper a senator's secrets while exfoliating his shoulders. The balneater produces a bowl of fine powder ground pumice stone, scented with bay leaves and crushed lavender. He begins rubbing it across your arms and neck in slow, deliberate circles. It exfoliates. It also kind of hurts. But you're past pain now. You're a citizen of tiredness. You handled the caldarium well, he murmurs. Didn't faint. That's rare. You nod. Only on the inside. He chuckles. The frigidarium. You shiver instinctively. The forum lounge argued about aqueducts and fake laughed at a goat joke. He nods in approval. You've done it right then. You feel like you're being knighted or inducted into a very warm, very naked secret society. Quirky tidbit. It was not uncommon for bathhouse regulars to tip their favorite balneaters with coins, rings, or favors. In return, some attendants offered extra services, secretive entrances, warnings about political enemies, or the good towels. He picks up a cloth soaked in cool rose water and presses it gently to your temples. You inhale. It smells like actual peace, somewhere between sleep and memory. Then, with expert efficiency, he applies the finishing touch, a light dusting of perfumed powder across your shoulders. The kind that makes you smell faintly of citrus and success. He steps back, gives you a once-over, and nods. You're ready. You blink. Ready for what? He smiles. The exit, of course. He hands you a folded towel, dry, fluffy, and miraculously clean, and motions toward a sun-drenched archway at the end of the hall. You stand heavier in spirit, but lighter in skin. As you pass him, he says, check the wall on your way out. Leave something behind. You nod. Not entirely sure what he means, but somehow certain you will. You pass through the archway and emerge into a quiet atrium. Sunlight pours in. A fountain burbles. There are fresh reeds on the floor, and the scent of incense lingers in the air. Then you see it a smooth stone wall crowded with names, hundreds of them. Carved, scratched, drawn, in faded ochre. Some simple initials, some full poems, some rude drawings, of course. It's still Rome. You hesitate. Then you reach for a stylus resting on a ledge nearby. You scratch 3 words into the stone. I survived. Barely. Next to it, you draw a very tired sponge. Historians still argue whether these name walls were spontaneous expressions or unofficial guest books. Some think bathhouses kept them as part of tradition. Others suspect the walls were simply irresistible to anyone with free time and a sharp object. You step back, admire your etching, and finally begin the walk out. You pass back through the apoditerium. Your old bench is now occupied by a man trying to wrangle a particularly dramatic towel. You nod at him with the knowing look of someone who's seen things. Past the tepidarium, the caldarium, the frigidarium, the massages, the masks, the murmured odes. You float by like a ghost too clean for this world. At the exit, a young servant offers you a bronze mirror. You glance in. Somehow, you look radiant. Sweaty, slightly stunned, but radiant, you have been fully romanned. And just as you're about to step through the final archway, a familiar voice calls out, "We're organizing a small debate tonight, just a few friends. Topic is, do dreams come from the spleen or the moon?" You don't even pause. "I'll bring the figs." You step out into the warm, Roman afternoon, blinking against the golden sunlight, like a mole emerging from an aromatic steam-powered underworld. The sudden absence of heat, noise, and oil feels disorienting, like walking off stage after a very strange, very damp play. But as your feet touch the sun-warmed paving stones outside the bathhouse, you realize something unexpected. You feel fantastic. Your skin glows like polished marble. Your joints feel like they've been replaced with younger, more optimistic versions. Your lungs are clearer. Even your eyebrows, recently assaulted by an overzealous tonsure, have developed an aristocratic arch. If someone handed you a toga and a scroll, you'd absolutely lead a Senate speech on drainage reforms right now. And yet part of you misses the chaos already. You glance back at the grand facade of the bathhouse, its stately columns, the faint curl of steam escaping through rooftop vents, the low hum of laughter and shouting still echoing from within. Somewhere inside, someone is probably slipping on olive oil and yelling about tax policy. Someone else is probably falling in love over a bowl of figs and a shared sponge. You turn and begin walking through the forum. But your journey is not over. You've just survived the Roman bathhouse. Now you must re-enter Roman society, clean, presentable, perfumed, and more than a little mentally unhinged. Mainstream historical fact. For many Romans, emerging from the baths was a public re-entry. You didn't just leave, you debuted. Freshly scrubbed, socially refreshed, and gossip-loaded. A second act of the day began right here with business deals at the Forum. Dinner invitations floated over handshakes, and secrets passed under laurel shadows. You spot a familiar figure across the square, the man with the sea monster tattoo. He's now wearing a proper toga, sipping wine with a senator and gesturing wildly. You can't hear what he's saying, but you'd bet several denarii. It involves someone slipping on a fig in the frigidarium. You keep walking. Suddenly, a young boy darts toward you, offering a small clay tablet. You take it. The message reads, "Supper at Marcus's villa tonight. Bring gossip." Of course, you're about to attend a Roman dinner party, which, as you've heard, is less about food and more about reputation warfare, fought with wine cups and passive-aggressive compliments. Quirky tidbit. Roman dinner parties often began shortly after the baths, when guests were freshest, most relaxed, and least likely to say no. Invitations might be verbal, written on wax tablets, or even delivered via street performers, depending on the host's flair for drama. You pass a wine shop, where two elderly men are loudly comparing foot ointments. You walk by a statue of Jupiter, with a freshly added mustache. Charcoal, probably bathhouse born. You feel like a new person, but also like you've joined a club, the Brotherhood of the Barely Dignified. Historians still argue whether the Roman baths brought citizens closer or merely blurred class lines long enough to maintain the illusion of unity. One thing is clear. For a few hours, in all that steam and noise and nudity, everyone was just a hot mess together. You stop at a small fountain. A child is dipping grapes into the water, giggling. You crouch, splash your face, and catch your reflection. You no longer look like a terrified foreigner about to lose his towel. You look like someone who knows how to survive in this world. Someone who's been scraped, steeped, and socially interrogated and came out the other side smiling. You stand. The dinner party awaits, but just before you go, you scratch a small mark on the fountain's base. A simple sponge icon. A private joke. A quiet signature to the day. And as you walk off into the Roman evening, perfumed, polished, and profoundly exhausted, a nearby street performer strikes up a lute tune. It's out of tune, but you like it. You've survived the baths. You can survive anything. The sun begins its slow descent behind the tiled rooftops of Rome, casting long golden shadows across the worn stones of the Forum. You walk toward Marcus's villa, stomach gently growling and sandal straps feeling a little too optimistic about the day's remaining stamina. But there's a pep in your step, because if there's anything that follows Roman bathing, it's Roman feasting. Dinner parties, or convivia, are less a casual gathering and more an organized emotional obstacle course. You know this. You've heard tales whispered between fig bites and massage grunts. But tonight you're ready. You've been roasted and reborn in olive oil. You're a social phoenix. Marcus greets you at the villa entrance, like an emperor greeting his tax collectors too enthusiastically, with an air of judgment. He's already in full host mode, gesturing toward reclining couches, clapping for wine, and directing servants like a general, orchestrating a 3-course military maneuver. You take your place on a low couch, beside a man who introduces himself as Lucius, a professional storyteller, who also claims to be semi-retired from lion taming. He offers you a honeyed date and begins immediately recounting how he once survived a riot using only a flute and a loaf of bread. You nod, chew, and make a mental note to never sit next to Lucius again. Mainstream historical fact. Roman dinner parties were often multi-hour affairs filled with specific etiquette rules, tiered seating by status, and excessive consumption of wine, poetry, gossip, and occasionally fermented fish paste custards. The goal wasn't always enjoyment. Sometimes it was political leverage, sometimes entertainment, and often just survival with style. Servants glide silently around the triclinium 3-sided reclining area, offering small dishes. You spy roast duck-boiled leeks with pepper sauce and something that might be eel, but could also be a coiled shoe. You take one of each. You've seen things. You're past fear now. Conversation flows like watered wine. A nearby woman, Fabia, a sharp-witted poet, declares that the bathhouse graffiti about donkey-eared senators was her idea. The table erupts in applause. A scroll is passed around. Someone makes a toast to donkey ears and public discourse. Quirky tidbit. Some Roman hosts paid actors or poets to mingle with guests and provoke philosophical arguments or emotional reactions, what we'd call planting chaos agents. Fabia may or may not be one of them. You sip your wine slowly. You've learned. It's been diluted with seawater again, giving it the vague flavor of tragedy. Lucius is now debating a retired merchant about the ethics of goat taxation. A servant bumps your shoulder and whispers, "If you need a break, the rooftop garden is quiet." Yes, that. You excuse yourself with polite grunting and climb a small staircase, emerging into a breezy terrace lit with lanterns and perfumed with jasmine. Only a few others are up here. One is napping face down on a bench, possibly dreaming of aqueducts. You walk to the edge. Below, Rome spreads out like a scroll slowly unrolling. You see the bathhouse dome in the distance, steam rising like a flag of surrender. The Forum glows. Temple torches flicker. Somewhere a chariot race is still being argued about. You breathe in. The scent is a mix of olive groves, wine-soaked wood, and a hint of singed sandal. Homey, historians still argue whether Roman dinner parties were more performance or bonding. Some say they were social traps. Others say they were cultural symphonies. You say they were dessert with a side of psychological combat. You return to the table just in time for the final course, which is a musical performance featuring a man playing a water organ and another balancing a fruit bowl on his head. Neither are good, but the audience is thrilled. Someone suggests a group poem. Someone else starts crying because they miss their old dog, who is apparently smarter than most magistrates. You're handed a wax tablet. It's your turn. You carve out a simple message. Even after all this, I'm still hungry. It gets a laugh, and with that dessert is served fried honey fritters with poppy seeds and a vague moral lesson about indulgence. Quirky aside, it was common to end Roman meals with dessert laced with subtle laxatives or digestive herbs. Health through honey, they called it. You suspect it was just a polite way of keeping the latrina staff employed. As the guests begin drifting away, some to their homes, some to wherever people go, when they've had 4 glasses of salted wine, you stretch your limbs and gather your borrowed cloak. Marcus pats you on the shoulder and says, "You handled yourself well tonight." Most don't make it past the donkey joke. You thank him, and as you step back into the cool night firelight dancing in your wake, you realize something remarkable. You are not just clean. You are Roman clean. You are not just full. You are philosophically full. And somewhere deep down, probably in the same place where sponge memories live, you feel proud. The stars are high now, bright ancient pinpricks stretched across the velvety Roman sky. You walk the winding stone roads back toward your humble insula, your sandals padding softly against the earth, your belly full of dubious seafood and philosophical breadcrumbs. The streets are quieter at night, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the echo of 2 lovers loudly disagreeing near a fig cart. You're not rushing. You've earned this stroll. Your mind floats free of the sweat and social calculus that defined your afternoon. And yet your thoughts keep drifting back to the bathhouse, that steamy coliseum of cleanliness and chaos. You remember the tepidarium, where your first mistake was entering, the caldarium, where your pores open like panicked clams, the frigidarium, which cold punched your soul, and the laconicum, where your entire body tried to file a resignation letter. You remember being oiled like an amphora and scraped like burnt toast. You remember toe massages and unsolicited poetry. You remember making eye contact with a man while both of you are using the same sponge on a stick. You pause beneath an archway where a lone torch flickers. A cat slinks past. You look up and see a small carving above the arch, faint but visible in the firelight. It's a face, probably a god with a knowing smirk. Or maybe it's just weathered marble. Mainstream historical fact. Roman infrastructure was riddled with small touches, inscriptions, hidden mosaics, playful carvings left by workers or later by bored citizens. The city was alive not just in its grandeur, but in its humor, in its winks. You smile back at the smirking face. "I see you," you murmur. The longer you walk, the more echoes of your bathhouse journey return. Snippets of overheard arguments. A servant tripping over a bucket. The ball-kneader's quiet. You're ready. Were you? You still aren't sure. Quirky tidbit. Some Romans believed that regular bathing helped align the body's humors, blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Balance these, they said, and you'd be healthy, happy, and maybe even wise. You're pretty sure all your humors are now mixed into a smoothie. You reach your building and ascend the stairs slowly, your muscles humming with the low burn of satisfaction. Your neighbors are quite likely asleep or at their own dinner parties, debating whether dreams come from indigestion or divine inspiration. You enter your room and light a small oil lamp. Shadows stretch along the wall. You pour a cup of watered wine and sit by the window. Outside, Rome buzzes faintly like a sleeping beast still murmuring in its dreams. You think about what you've learned today. You've learned that cleanliness is a group activity, that fig juice stains are permanent, that being naked with strangers is surprisingly clarifying. You've learned that even in a society filled with war politics, gods and architecture, what truly connects everyone is the ritual of being absolutely ridiculous together in hot water. Historians still argue whether the Roman bathhouse was more about hygiene or hierarchy relaxation or reputation. You no longer care. To you, it's now a memory, a sequence of oddly wet moments stitched together by olive oil and awkward conversations. You drain your wine. Your eyelids grow heavy. Before bed, you reach for a small wax tablet. You etch a simple thought with your stylus. Today I boiled and froze. I laughed. I was scraped and seen. I am Roman. You set the tablet down. Then you extinguish the lamp and crawl into bed. You don't dream of empires or senators or aqueducts. You dream of the sponge. Morning comes gently spilling golden light across your modest cot. You stir, stretch, and for a moment, just one soft, sleepy moment, you forget the sponge, the donkey ears, the philosophical wrestling match over cabbage dreams. But then your shoulders creak, your calves twitch, and you remember with sudden, vivid clarity you went through all of it and lived to tell the tale. You are against all odds a bathhouse survivor. The city is just beginning to wake. Outside your window, a bread seller shouts about his fresh loaves, a rooster offers commentary, and someone already seems to be arguing about fish prices. The air is cooler than yesterday, breezy sweet with crushed basil and the distant slightly tragic smell of drying laundry. You rise, limbs heavy but clean, gloriously, immaculately clean. You rub the sleep from your eyes and glance at your wax tablet from the night before. Your sleepy scrawl remains, I am Roman. You chuckle. It still feels slightly unearned, but also not wrong. After all, you played the game. You got through the gauntlet of steam rooms and social traps of salty wine and unsolicited massage commentary. You faced the sponge. You faced yourself. Mainstream historical fact. For Romans, identity was performance. Citizenship wasn't just about birthright. It was ritual presence, participation. The baths were one of the rare places where that played out across all levels of society. You showed up. You existed in public. You mattered, if only for the duration of a cold plunge. You step outside. The streets are warmer now, busier. The forums thrum with life. Someone selling scrolls. A street poet recites a bawdy epic to a crowd of half-interested goats. And then as you pass a familiar building, with steam curling from its roof, a young boy calls out, "New graffiti on the latrina wall. Someone drew a senator fighting a sponge." You smile. Of course they did, because this isn't a city of marble and columns. It's a city of people, of stories, of smudged drawings and public fig debates and really bad poetry written in a steam-induced daze. A city that doesn't just build history, it sweats it, laughs it, scribbles it in bathroom stalls. Quirky final tidbit. There were no formal bath schedules in Rome. You could visit multiple times a day, as long as you had the time, the coin, and the stamina. Some bathhouses even offered nighttime hours bathing by torchlight for those who preferred their nudity with a little mood lighting. You pause near the bathhouse gate. A servant recognizes you and gives you a nod of respect, the sponge-scarred, aqueduct-debating, food-risking veteran you now are. And for a moment, you almost turn back. Almost. But instead, you keep walking. Because today is for recovery. And maybe laundry. Definitely a nap. But tomorrow maybe another plunge. Another poem. Another terrible grape-based snack. You've earned your place in this absurd, glorious machine. You're not just clean. You're Roman clean. And that, dear listener, is the best kind of clean there is. So now, as the torches dim, and the baths cool, and the last sponge is hung on its hook for the night you rest, your limbs, heavy, warm, and calm, sink into stillness. Your mind, once swirling with steam and satire, now quiets. The laughter fades into whispers. The stone walls stretch out into soft shadows. You are alone now, but in the best way. No crowds, no debates, no fig-induced awkwardness. Just you, the night, and the gentle hum of Rome beyond your window. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts uncoil. There are no more corridors to stumble through. No more coals to sweat above. No more senators to accidentally offend. Only the calm. And as you drift further into sleep, remember, you faced the frigidarium and survived. You held eye contact during a group sponge ritual. You debated aqueduct curves with a man wearing half a toga. You lived the bathhouse. You lived history. And now that history releases you. You're safe. You're home. And as your eyes finally close, let the quiet of ancient stone wrap around you, like a blanket still warm from the sun. Good night, bathhouse survivor. You've earned your dreams.